who does not know or who doesn't have a knowledge of R programming to do analysis on their own, given their own data set. So we have interaction techniques that we can employ in our application. We have the select. This is when a user marks something as interesting in the visualization. So they can also explore where they want to see something else other than what they are currently seeing. And they can also reconfigure, they can encode, elaborate, filter, connect, and many other interaction techniques. So that is basically what we want in interactive visualization. We also have the highlight, color encoding, filtering. We saw that, and I'm sure we also saw that in the previous lesson when we did the data table option in our dashboard. We saw that a user could filter and search a particular item, and it filters to get to what they want to see. Right. So we have so many interactive techniques: the zoom, the slider, the dragging, etc., etc. Okay, let's just jump to this. So we're going to use the Shiny application for this purpose. So it is an open package from Shiny or from Studio, which provides a web application framework to create interactive web applications. So the purpose is for visualization or for data analytics. But instead of coming up with static websites or websites that just present some data or pictures to people, we want websites or sites, web applications that does analysis of data. So you can either embed this to your already existing system or website that then does the analysis separately from what maybe the other viewers will be seeing. So, for example, for a supermarket, you can have a website for people to just buy, maybe an online buying platform where people will be buying and viewing products on your website. Then you can embed your Shiny application that can be viewed by maybe management for the purpose of doing some analysis on the buying patterns, on what is happening to the business, to do some predictions and or the other data science techniques that you can use to help the managers to make decisions. So the ease of working with Shiny is what popularized it among other users. So these web applications seamlessly display other objects like plots, tables, etc. So the concept of R programming remains the same, but here we are writing R behind, or what we can say at the back end, so that users can just see the front end and start to do analytics of their data, and can also be made live to allow access to everyone. So you can allow everyone to access your Shiny application to see or to be able to analyze their own data or the data about that particular organization. So Shiny provides automatic reactive binding between inputs and outputs, which we will be discussing in the later parts of this lesson. So it also provides extensive pre-built widgets, which make it possible to build elegant and powerful applications with minimum effort. Right, so we're going to, okay, let's look at the advantages of using it. It's efficient. The response time is efficient. And you can automate the app such that the users may not have to look for a programmer in order to use the app, but it's just automate. You just have to automate the things for easy of use to the users. Advanced analytics and also cost effective. The disadvantages are it requires timely updates. You may need to update your app, and no selective access and permissions. So once you give someone the link to your web application, everyone can see what's happening, unless maybe if you decide to go commercial and purchase maybe some domains for hosting your apps, and then restrict users from accessing, any user from accessing. So what is the Shiny application? What is Shiny? Shiny is a R package that allows you to easily create rich interactive web application. So you can take your work in R and expose it via a web browser. That's all that we'll be doing. What we did in statistical graphics, you can expose it via a web application or web browser. What we did in text visualization, you can do the same. Expose it via a web browser where people can just see your work in form of a web application for analysis. So it can be used for communicating complex models to a non-technical audience. I said that earlier on, that the users should not have a background or knowledge in R programming. Okay, so you're going to provide them with informative visualizations and interactive sensitivity analysis. So it can provide self-service data analysis for common workflows, allow people to upload their own data and perform standard analysis. And so the key components of R Shiny is we have the user interface. The user interface, which is also termed UI. So this user interface defines how your application will look. So it is generally the HTML web page that humans interact with. So we have the user interface. You design that. You can use HTML tags to come up with the outlook of your or the front end of your application that users interact with. And then you have the server function. The server function is going to define how your application will work. it will be the behavior of your application. And we are going to look at reactive programming. Shiny uses it to automatically update outputs when inputs change using reactive expressions. Right. So I'm expecting you to do this in your applications, in your assignments. Right. So we're going to do it step by step, and we're going to see what other Shiny application is. So we're going to start by with practical example 1, creating a basic Shiny application. Okay, so let's look at this. Then we're going to open our R Studio so that we can we'll be doing the practical aspect after this explanation. So to create a Shiny application, we need, so basically we need the user interface, UI, and we need a server, and we need to load the application or to run the application. Okay, so the UI defines the user interface, and inside the fluid page function, we then add elements which will be passed as arguments to this fluid page. Then on the server function, we define the server function which is input and output as the arguments for the server function. Then inside the curly braces, that's where we write the code, the reactive programming code that will react to the user input and displays the output. So it receives input and then displays the output. Okay, so that is the Shiny application, just the basic Shiny application. So let's look at it practical. Let's open Shiny. So let's open R Studio. All right, so I'm going to open R Studio. So while R Studio is opening, so basically what will be happening is we have a computer. Let's say this is a PC. So this computer is the one that will be running ARA is the one that will be running ARA, and then we have this side. We have any computer that may not be having ARA installed. So what happens is the Shiny application is then maintained by a computer that runs ARA. So you as a developer or as the producer of the ARA Shiny application, your computer must run ARA, and then if you share your computer with your application with users that does not have so this is PC2, where you can share your application with PC2 that does not have ARA, and they will be able to see your visualizations. Okay, so the application must be maintained by a machine or a computer running ARA. So what will happen is in this machine, that's where we have the server instructions. So here we have the server instructions, and this machine PC2, they will only have the user interface. So that is the basic architecture of ARA Shiny. So whoever you are going to share your application with, they don't have to have ARA on their machines, but they can still be able to see your ARA Shiny applications. Right. So what we are going to do is let me share my screen. Right. So I'm going to create a new script. So we can create a new script. Let's create a new script and let's save it and say
Chris, it's calling.
so okay, so let's save this. I'm going to save this to say my app or whatever you want, whatever name you want to give it. I'll save it in here. Right. So what I'll do is, okay, let me just save it and say my app save. Right. So once I save this, now let's write the basic ARA application. So the first thing is we're going to load. Let me open this to. I was opening this to be able to share the code. Right, so I'm going to be sharing code here. So this is a basic, let's just call it basic, basic R Shiny. App structure. Right. So before we write the structure, we need the packages or libraries for this R Shiny. So we're going to use the Shiny package. So I'm going to install the package from the console here. So I'll say install packages, then Shiny, right, like this. I'm just going to install and yes, the code. Enter to install this. All right, it is successfully unpacked or installed the library. So what I'll do is, yeah, I'll just come and I'll say load packages. Right, so I'll first of all load the Shiny package that we've installed. Okay, so this time we're not running anything. We're going to run it as a complete application, as a the whole code at once. Okay, so we need everything to be in place before we run it. Right, so once that is done, I will install Shiny themes. I will install Shiny themes. So we are not writing these codes that I'm sharing in our app because we don't want a situation where when we run our app, it starts to install something, then it runs. No, we wouldn't want that. We just want to make sure they're installed and then we load them. Okay, so we just install these packages from the console section. Okay, so I'll install Shiny themes. Right, then while it's installing, I can okay, I can then load it. Right, so this is the code that we will write. Right, so after installing, if or if you write this in your application, you can then maybe put this to comment out the code, right? So now we've loaded our packages that we are going to use. So we are going to define the user interface now. Right, so after this, we define user interface. We define the user interface. So we said here, let me show you. Right. So the user interface is going to have the fluid page function. Right. So we just do that. We say UI, small letter UI, and fluid page. Right, fluid page, and inside the fluid page, we are going to add elements. We are going to add elements and pass them as arguments to the fluid page. Okay, so I'll just press enter, and whatever I type here, so I'll type in double quotes, this is my shiny app, or I'll say welcome to my shiny app, or my application. Right, so there, so we define the user interface and pass elements inside the fluid page function as arguments to the fluid page. So this will define our user interface. Then after user interface, we then have to define the server function. So remember, this user interface is what the users will see. Then the server is the back end where we write the server instructions that will respond to the user input. Define server function. So the server function is as input and output. So okay, let's define server, and we say it's a function. It's an input, comma, output, with the parameters input and output. Then we are going to have these curly braces where we write inside. That's where we write the instructions. Right. So for now, we are not going to put any instructions. And then lastly, we have to create the shiny object. All right, so let me save this, share this. Right, so here now we create the shiny object by saying shiny up. So user interface is equals to UI, and server is equal to server there. Right, I want you to notice the moment I save this, the top part there where we had run, where we used to run our code, changes to run up. So creating this shiny object will make this an application. So it's now a shiny application. Right, so we can test this by clicking on, let me say, share this. So we can click on run up. Right, so that's our basic application now. So it has the words that we type. Welcome to my application. Okay, so I'm going to close. So if you notice, okay, let me share this. So here it says, so when your app is running, it says listening on HTTP 127.0.0.1. So this tells you that the URL where your app can be found. So this is a standard 127.0.0.1 is a standard local address, or the address for the particular computer you are running. So that is why I said your machine must run R so that it will act fluid page is wrong, it's capital letter P. Okay, so it means your app will be hosted on your local machine, and others can then be able to see your machine if you share. And so the number, for example, 98922, there is a randomly assigned port number. So you can copy and paste the URL to the web browser, and you can also see your application online. All right, and you also need to, those with errors, you make sure you load your shiny package, you load your packages, and then, or they are installed correctly, and then you load them. All right, so that's our, so you can see that's my local host, okay, and that's my port number. So whoever will be accessing your app will be accessing it from your machine using this address. Okay, so that is our basic structure of the app, of our Shiny app. Now let's look at input. Let's look at input. Now, going back to this, I'm going to go to input. Can you see my slide? All right. John is saying error in Shiny app. Shiny app, it's should be capital letter A. Then try to put capital letter A. All right. So input. So we have the user controls. Let's just talk about the user controls. So we have input, output, and we also have render function. We need to understand this. We need to understand this so that we won't have problems. So user controls with inputs created using an input function. We create that using an input function. And with examples of input controls, with text input, sliders, select box, radio buttons, password input, numeric input, file input, date range input, checkbox buttons, etc. So this is what okay, John, can you share your code? Can you copy and paste your code? Maybe it's the way you have typed, or all right. So inputs. Okay, it seems as if there's nothing wrong. All right, maybe we'll try to debug it. We'll try to debug it later. You can try to follow, but this one is said. TC is yours running.
Yes, it's running.
Okay, so you can you copy TC's code and try if the same error is still coming. Maybe it may be something to do with your packages. Okay, so input is what the you will be on your user interface. Okay, like where you want the user to input their name, to choose, to select a particular item, etc. Okay, so they are created using an input function. Then outputs are created using an output function, and we are going to see examples below. Then we have render function, which creates the type of output to be made. We're also going to see examples below. So let's look at these output functions. So for the output functions, we have the data table output, HTML output, image output, plot output, table output, text output, UI output, verbatim text output, and so forth. Okay, so for example, if you want a plot to plot something, you use the plot output function. Okay, so the plot is what will be plotted, and the function is an output function. Okay, and if you want a table, the first word, like say here, table is what will be outputted, and the function is an output function as well. So all these are output functions, but they output different objects. For example, text output outputs text, so it's a text output function. So we need to understand this. Then the render function is the render function is what creates the type of output to be made. Okay, for example, if we say render plot, it will make a plot or create a plot. If we say render table, it will render a table. If we say render image, it will render an image. So we're going to see that using examples. All right, let's start with input. We're going to start with input. So going to our okay, let's maybe first explain this. So an input is, we were going to use an input function. Okay, like we say slider input. So it's an input function, and the input type is a slider. Okay, and we can have the parameters for the input, where we have input ID, which is equal to num. That will be the unique identifier that we will use in our server function for reactive programming. Then we can have the labels and etc. So ID number is the input name, label is the label to display, and input specific arguments. All right, so that's the input. So let's look at the input in our code. So going back to our code, we are going to add some inputs to our application. All right, so I'll start by a slider input. So below, after welcome, to my application, I'll press enter, and then I'll add another comment and say slider input, then enter. I'm going to input a slider, so I'll say slider input, slider input, then the input ID is equals to, we're going to use num in double quotes, right? So to add, well, I'm going to add more parameters, so I'll do that for the sake of neatness in my the structure of my code. I will put a comma and press enter to write other items below, right? So if you notice, there is an error there on line number 9, so we just need to put a comma so that we can add something else below, welcome to my application, like that. So I'll put a comma and I'll use a label. I'll say choose a number, in double quotes, okay? Then I'll also put a comma and press enter to input still another. Yeah, you need to be careful with your brackets, okay? You should always bear in mind that this opening bracket is being closed here, so everything is enclosed inside the brackets, okay? So I will then come here and say value is equal to, say, 25. That's the default. Then the minimum will be 1 and the maximum will be 100. Right, so this bracket now is closing my user input, okay? Right, so if let me try to save and run the app. Right, so you see now, okay, before, let me share the code. That's this part. Okay, I'm going to share this part. So this part is going to go, so it's a comma there and there. Right, so here's my application. So it's welcome to my application. Then, so that's a slider input, okay? For, we said 25 is the default. When you run, it will start at 25. Then the minimum is 1, you can slide to 1. The maximum is 100, you can slide up to 100. So that's what the user will see, and this will enable the user to interact with your application. They will slide to see what they want to see. Let's say they want to view at 51, they can slide there. If they want to view at 50, they can slide to 50. Then the label was choose a number, which is telling the user to choose a number. So that's an example of a user input. Okay, right. So we're going to add to add more input. Okay, so we're going to add more input, and then we can. So to add more input, what you simply do is, so after this, notice, I want you to notice that everything here, what I've highlighted, is inside the fluid page brackets. Okay, so everything is here. That's where we write our app, because that's our user interface. Okay, so after this slider, I'm going to put a comma. So to say I want to go to the next, or to add more inputs or more elements. Right. So I'm going to allow the user to choose a file. So this code, this comments is just for me, the programmer, okay, to know my code, how my code is flowing. Okay. That is why I'm writing the comments to the code. Right. So I will use file. It's an input function. So the input type is going to be a file. Okay, and the function is an input. Right. I hope I will be repeating this so that people understands what we are talking about. So it's going to be a file, and the input is the function, input function. Right. Then in brackets, I'm going to start by. Okay, I'm going to start by saying my file. Then comma, I add another parameter, and in quotes I say choose CSV file. Right, that is what the user will see, that the communication to the user on what you want them to do, comma, then I'll say multiple is equal to false. So the user cannot choose multiple files. So you are restricting the user to choose one file. Then comma, we are going to accept, say accept is equal to .csv. So we are going to accept CSV files, right, for this the input from the user. So the user is going to choose a file. Right, so if I share the file, let me see, where am I, so that I know where to. So there's a comma there. Then we paste. All right. So So I'm going to add another input. Okay, so from the list of input functions I gave you, you can add as many as you can. So I'm going to add another one, like a checkbox. So I'll add a checkbox and say checkbox. Checkbox. So checkbox is the input type, then it's an input function. So I'll then have to specify checkbox input, and we can have a header, and we can set the header to true. Right, so that's a checkbox input. I'm going to share this and say, so after this, comma, and there. Right. So after the checkbox, we can put a comma, enter to add. Maybe let's just add the last input, a radio button. So you can add more. Radio button. So I'll use radio button. So this now we use radio buttons. We don't use an input because so we need the choice. And display, and for the radio button we need choices is equal to, so you put your choices as vector sources. We've had, you can use head, is equal to head and comma O is equal to O, and comma, we're now outside this these two brackets, so we put a comma here to go to selected the default, to set the default to be equal to head. Right, so that's it. So here we close the radio button by this bracket. So I'm just going to copy this code and save it and paste it. Right, so after checkbox, put a comma, then radio button. So we can save and run the app to see or it cannot find function radio button. It should be radio buttons, not button. Okay. Right. So if I run, let me. So you can change this. Should be radio buttons. I put one. I put a radio button. Okay. So here are my inputs. Okay, so you can put as many inputs because depending on how you want to design your app. Okay, so you can. So I have the slider input. Right, so nothing is happening yet. There is no. We haven't done reactive programming yet. This is just input. Just the user interface. Then you can allow the user to choose a file. There, if they click on browse, they can then look for a CSV file. Say go to desktop datasets and I choose a CSV file, then it's uploaded. But we haven't done anything yet to render the output, to output what the user inputted so far. So here with the header, they can check and uncheck. They can the radio buttons. They can select on head or off. Right. So that is the input. Okay. That's the input. Now we can move on to output. We said output. Well, so for output, okay, aningane code nenge ya run or let me, but we are sharing the same. We are also sharing the same code. Maybe I'm working type or maybe my libraries they've not installed correctly, or the formatting may be wrong somewhere. Or wrong spellings, etc. That can cause some errors. Yeah, accept CSV. It only allow you can choose. Like let me. You can choose any other file and it can still upload. Okay, but on the displaying part now, On the displaying part, it then becomes a challenge when you want to render your output. Right. So it can just pick any file for now, but when we then come to a point of rendering output, it will be difficult if it's not a CSV file. Right. So for output, to display output, we are going to add it to the fluid page with an output function. Okay. For example, plot there in bold, it means it's going to be a plot, and then output is it means it's an output function. Then we write what to output. So plot is the type of output to display, and output adds a space. So what output does, it adds a space in the user interface for an other object. After that, then you must build the object using the render plot code or function. So in the server function, you then, so after creating the space using the output function, you must then build that object, okay, in the server function. So the steps are, you first of all save the object to display to output variable. So for example, you say output $, that's the object that you are creating, code yeast, and then you write the code to render the output. Then you build the object to display with the render. Then where there's star, you render the type of output you have specified. For example, if it's a plot, you say render plot. So what you do is you create an object by saying output, then the name of the object is yeast, then you render a plot. The plot that you are rendering is this yeast, HIST, will be the same object specified in the plot, in the output function. So that is how we output. We give our output. So, for example, if we say render plot yeast, then we were going to plot random normal values with a range of 100. So plot is the type of object to build, then code block that builds the object. So let's look at that in R. Right, so let's see how we can do that. We are going to all right, so after we are going to say after radio buttons, there we're going to put a comma. So remember I said the output function should be written inside the fluid page. Okay, so we are still inside the fluid page, and we write our our output function. So I will put a comma after radio button there, and then I'll add my output function. So we are going to use a plot. Okay, so plot is the type of output to display. So we're going to our output is going to be a plot. Okay, then output becomes our function. So it's plot output. Then we are going to say list. Okay. So the variable name yeast is going to be a variable name that we are going to create in the server function. Okay, so I'll write this output function with variable name yeast. Right, so maybe if I write this, it will help you understand. So I'll share this after radio. After radio, I'll put comma, then add that one. Right, so plot output yeast. So we now go to our server function. Right, so remember this is the bracket for closing the fluid page. So we go inside our server function now. We go inside our server function and we go inside the curly brackets. I'll press enter so that I'll see this. I'll have space to type and see where how my code is flowing. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'm going to create to build an object and save the object to display to output. I'm going to save the object to display to output. Then I'll say $, and use the variable name that I've used up there in my fluid page. So I'll use yeast. Okay. So here I've created an object that will be plotted on the space created by the plot output code above. Then I'll use the render plot. I'll use the render plot. So the render plot is what will build the object to display. So render is what will build the object, and the object that is going to be built is called a plot. Okay, remember from this, right, render plot will create a plot. Okay, so I'll render a plot. Then inside here I'll say I'll give the title to my plot. and say random values, random normal values. Okay. And we want a histogram. This is now array base hist that will plot a histogram for array base. So that's array random normal values, and I'll use 50, and the main is equal to title. So I'll pick the title there. No, I don't want this. I'll just close there. Right, so this will just give us the random normal values for 50 for a range of 50. Okay, so I don't know if that is clear what we've done so far. So if I run the code, let me run this. Right, so if I run, it's going to plot a histogram, random normal values of 50, and there's the frequency. Right, so let me take save a function. So this is inside save a function. Copy. I'm going to right. There you are. There's the code. Right. So what we've done here is, let me repeat the explanation, but I'm sure I'm much bad. To create, we've created but here the plot output function here. The plot is the type of output that we wanted to display using an output function, and the hist is the variable that we are going to variable name that we are going to refer to in our saver function. Okay, or that we are going to use. It's still running. Let me not close. Then inside the saver function, we then created, because this code line number 38 only provided space for the user interface in the user interface for the object to be plotted. Okay. Then what we then did was we first saved the objects to display using output $sign and the variable name specified here on line 38, and then the render created the object, or it built the object. Okay, then I then wrote other code for the object I want. So if I want a pie or whatever, I can then it will be outputted as a plot. So here I used hist for, this is array base for histogram, and from these numbers, random normal values of 50, and that's the title basically. Right. So that is what we've done, and that will be the output. Right. So after we've seen how we can output using the render function. Okay. So you can use other examples: render plot, render print, render table, depending on what you want to output. Now let's look at reactivity. We now want to react to the user's input and produce output. We now want to react to the user's input and produce output based on what the user has inputted. Okay. So what happens is reactivity automatically occurs when you use an input value to render an output object. So you access input value with input $sign. So to access input value, whatever the user will input, you access that input using input $sign. Okay, right. So let's look at that and say we're going to change the code slightly. What we've done here. Let me close. Want to use the same. Want to plot the same histogram, but with the and we want to react. We want to change how the histogram will be outputted depending on the user input from our slider input that we've created. So we have a slider input. So we want the input from this slider to respond so that we can respond to the input and give the output respective to what the user has inputted. Right. So we're going to use the same thing in this now. So what we'll do, did you say something? Okay. Right. So what I'll do is I'll come to my server function and say output his render plot is going to be the same, tied to random normal values, and here I'll say I'll put a comment and say using the num variable from the slider input. Right. So if I go back to my slider input, you'll see that the input ID was num. Okay, and this num is what is storing the values 1 to 100. Okay, it is what will store the values from 1 to 100, storing one variable at a time. If you choose 1, it's 1. If you change to 10, it will change the variable to 10 and so forth. It's not like it's storing 100 numbers. No. So here now we want to use the num variable from the slider input. So what we'll do is we'll say random normal values, and instead of 50, we are going to accept input where we said we accept input values with the input $sign. Okay, we accept input with the input $sign. So I will say input, I'm going to accept input from the user and $, and then I specify the name of the variable, which is num. Just that. Then I save. Okay, so let me reshare this. Let me type. These are filling a structure a code. Num. So num. Then the comment now is using this. Right. So that's the comment. That's num. So if we run the app. Right, if we run the app, you see that it's at 25. You see how my histogram will appear. So if I change the value to 50, you see my histogram will change. If I move to 100, that's the random normal distribution for 100 values. For 91 values, for 82, you see, that's reactive programming. So the user will say, well, I want for 1. Oh, this is what will look like. They'll say, oh, I want for 20, this is what it will look like. So for 100, this is what it will look like. So that now we have accept input from the user, and that is how reactive programming works. Okay, that is how reactive programming works, or reactivity. Right. So we are going to do that for whatever input you use. For example, for file input, you can use the variable name for your file, and you can then render whatever you want to render. For a checkbox, it's the same. For radio buttons, the same. All right. We can then we can also use, or maybe make our design neat or beautiful by using or adding HTML or CSS. So we can use HTML, cascading style sheets to style our application. Okay, so let's look at that number 5. So we're just going to add a few elements to our code just to make it, just to style it up a bit. So you can use HTML code. Okay, you can use HTML code. So to do that, I'm going to go up on top, and after fluid page, I'm going to add a theme there. And say is equal to shiny theme. Theme is equals to shiny theme. Then I can add, you can look for more shiny themes online. Okay. Right. So after adding my, we're just tidying up our app. Okay, using HTML. So there, after fluid page, we put a shiny theme. Then we put a comma to write something after that. Then we can add a main title. I'll say add main title as the comment here, and say, let's just use this what we'd already written. I'll add title panel, and in brackets I'll do that. Right. So the theme, then I add a main title. That's the title panel. Welcome to my data analysis application. Right. So this will add my main title. I'll come here and put a comma and change this to this. Welcome to my data analysis application. Then comma. Then below that, I will then add some HTML code. Okay. For example, I can add I can put a hyperlink. I use an anchor A. We can say visit our website. So A for an anchor, so that's HTML code. HTML. If you've done HTML, I'm sure you'll see that. So it's visit our website. So it's then comma. This is how we write HTML code here. href is equal to, right, then you write where you want to, so I'll say HTTP www dot, then you write the name of your organization, the website of your organization, .ac.zw. So visit our website. So it's cat.ac.zw, like that. Okay. Then I close and I put a comma to write other HTML elements. So, for example, I can also use BR for break. BR, I'll break again to go to the next line. Let me just add as many elements as possible, then I'll just share it once. But this is just HTML. So after breaking, then I can say in, I would say, my application, my app does then I put colon, comma, I'll add, I'll break to go to next line, and I'll use H4, add a 4, then a strong as to broaden my HTML. I'm not going to teach you HTML. Not bothering our maybe consider HTML and did it. So it's my app does analysis and did it. Comma and my app does analysis and comma I use EM that my app does analysis and analytics. Analysis, my app does analysis and analytics. Okay, comma, I'll write something else and say strong data story and comma by comma then span and lapse on period comma style 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 is equal to color blue. Then I finish, put a comma to finish everything. So this will just add some HTML elements for styling our app. Like I said, I'm not going to teach you HTML. You can go and read about HTML. And I'll start the HTML. So if I just I've just styled my app like that and see what will happen. You see, I've added a hyperlink. So visit our website. If I click, it goes to the cart website. There. Right. So it goes to the cart website. And you see some font is bold, some is not bold. So analysis and my app does analysis and analytics. Data story by, I've said changed the color to blue, and so I've styled my app. So the welcome to my data analysis application, that's the main title, then with the hyperlinks and that part. So, and we were done reactive programming for this histogram. Okay, so that is what we can do also with our app. We can style our app. So if you know cascading style sheets, you can do that and style up your application, make it beautiful. Okay, then the last aspect, second from last, we will look at how to visualize a data set, and then we go to deployment, and we are done. Right. So for data set visualization, right, you get a data set now. For example, in your assignment, you get a data set for your geospatial data visualization. You then need to visualize that in Arashine. Right. So to do that, let's look at an example. We're going to visualize the Titanic data set that I gave you. The Titanic data set that I gave you. So what we'll do is I will go back at the top outside our fluid page, just below our libraries. There, I'm going to load my data. So what the app will do first, it is to load my libraries, then load my data sets, and then does the analysis. Okay, because we are going to run the entire code all at once. So if I would say loading data sets, there, say loading data sets, and we're outside. So I'm going to set my working directory. So what you must do is you must copy the data sets that you are going to use and place them inside the same folder with this application. Okay, especially when you want to deploy it online. All the files that you use, the images, the data sets, they have to be in the same folder with this particular file. Okay, but for now, let's just use the folder that had our data sets before. I'll choose data sets right there. So I'll set my working directory, and then I'll load my data set. I'll call it TT, and I'll read .csv and Titanic .csv. Okay, so you can either do this, or you can allow the user to input their own data set, like what we did through the file input. Right. So we can load the data set like that, and what we do now is what can we do? Right, we're going to add another, let's add another input. Let's use we're going to use the select. So after plot output list, I'm going to put a comma there and enter. I'm going to use another input called the select. So I'll use select input. I'll use select input and so I'll use select input, then I'll say input ID is equal to passenger. Right, we want to analyze the Titanic data set, remember. So I'll just use, I've just picked this variable, passenger. So that's going to be our variable that we'll use for reactive programming, okay, for reactivity. So we're going to be using passenger in variable. So the label, I'll say label is equal to, we're going to ask the user to select passenger class. Then remember we had 3 passenger class. And how do we know that? We do our EDA to our data set, okay? Choices is equal to, so these are the labels that the user will see. So they will see first as the first label, and they will see second, and then they will see it's comma, they will see third. Okay, then comma, then by default, when the app is loaded, it will come selecting the first. So by default, select first will be selected. All right. So that is our input. Okay. So I'll copy this and share. That will be our input. It's where is it? It's there, comma, paste. And that will be our input. Then from the input, we want from the input we now want what is to be plotted. Okay, say we want to plot a table or to output a table. So I'm going to choose the output type for this. Okay, so I'm going to choose a table and say table output. So remember, the output function is written inside the fluid page like this. So I'm going to output the table. So it will create a space for a table. Right. Then I want a variable that I'll then use, and I'll call it TT. I'll use TT as the variable to use, and then I'm done. Okay, so I've created the input and the output function. Now I go to my server. I go to my server function. I then go to my server function to then create an object to display, and then build the object with the render function. Okay, so if I go inside the server function, here I'm going to say after this, I'll write another code below outside this histogram render plot that we did. So I'm going to create an output, and we're going to use which variable here. Remember, anti-apatashantisa list and burnout details. Anti-apatashantisa list and it because data creator list pan up to fluid page. So output, we want for this to function search which variable. TT, very good. So we're going to use TT. We're going to use TT, and we now say is equal to render. What do we want to render?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Should we be saying TT is equal to, or we are assigning to the render plot?
Output TT is equal to. Is that what you are asking? Would you say that equal to?
Yes, sir.
Anditi create an object rinonzi TT into continue displayer to output and specify the variable name or the object that we are creating. And then tovatati equal to code that will create that object and represented by TT, and the space being created by the output function.
Yes, so I was asking, are we supposed to use the equal sign or the assignment operator?
Equal.
Okay.
Toshandisa equal. So tati tikurenda table, handiti? Yeah, very good. We are rendering a table because the output function is we created space for a table, but that's table output. Right. So we are going to render table. We're going to render table. Young room does not error error code execution error. Right. we're going to render table. Right. So we now want input from the user. So what we do is we use our TT or our object then we specify the variable that we want from our data set. Okay, so our data set was we loaded it as TT as well. Right, so I'm going to say TT is our data set, and we are going to access the column or the variable. Since here we are talking of passenger class, so we're going to specify the name of the variable in our data set. Then we equate it, we use double equal sign, and this is no longer assignment, but equating to we now want input from the user. That we say input $, and which variable name did we use, by the way? Which variable name did we use that kuna user input from the user?
Passenger.
Right, so I'll paste passenger there. Right, so this is how we access input from the user, and matches it with the data from the data set named TT and a variable named passenger class. And then the TT outside there is the object that we've created here. Right, so TT now is equal to this again, TT, the variable or the object name, and then TT is the data set, passenger class is the name of our column or variable in the passenger class. So we do the same, we repeat the same process here. Input, and we use passenger is our variable from the user, and there. Right, so this is how we access, we analyze or visualize data from a data set. Okay. Now, let's test this. Right. So that's the select input. So by default, it will come with the first, the passenger class will be first, only those in the first class. Okay. Then if the user wants to visualize data from the second class, they will just click, and you see a table was rendered. And so that's second class and that's third class. Right. So that is how we can visualize data from a data set. Right. So I'm going to give you. I want to give you an exercise that you do to see that you've mastered this. The exercise is I want you to visualize. Let me write it here. Coordinate copy render paste. Right, here's the exercise. I want you to allow or ask the user whether they want to plot a pie or a donut chart, such that if they choose their desired chart, that chart will be plotted. Right. Saka tiri kuti inenge, for example, like here, inenge yakati choose a chart to plot. Munhu aka clicker, you can use a select or a checkbox or a radio button, whatever you use, and it. Saka tikuti munhu akachuza kuti pie inobva yaplota pie chart, akachuza kuti donut inobva yaplota donut yobvisa pie chart. That is what I want you to do with what we've done. So after that exercise, we'll attend to questions, and then we finalize our topic. This was a very lengthy topic. I'm going to stop recording for a moment while you are doing this exercise. I'm going to download in the page that go. So thank you. So I'll also do it this end, just to correct what you are expected to do. or you want file rananchita nimkuno. Alright, let me share that. Oh, it's running. Let me close. Jim's Roy, setting working directory. Alright, so you go to sessions, go to session, then set working directory, then not choose file, then select your folder with the datasets. Let us say okay, I'm going to share my code language so that you can compare with yours. My file. I'm going to share the file. There is a book. Don't me a book. File right. or the PDF, not other script. So let me say, okay, that this is running. So I'll say let's see, can you all right, Google class. Let me go to Google class. Nitakunonoka ya ndikuriseva video. All right. But I'm sharing. Ndikukanda pa Google. Ndikukanda pa Google Class. Asi chitai assignment, the exercise ndakupa hii.
Hello sir.
Yes.
Network yangu yambodona. Question ya exercise iri kuti chiko.
Exercise iri kuti mubvunze user weapp kuti arikuda kuplota pi here kana kuti donut chart. Saka akachuza pi inofana kuplota pie chart. Akachuza donut yobvisa pi yoplota donut.
All right. That two boys are much.
Saka pa input ndati munoshandisa whatever you want. Nokunoshandisa select sengetaitai kana kunoshandisa ma radio buttons kana kuti munoshandisa ma checkbox. Saka radio button pa left pane pakanzi pi, pa side pe radio button pane pakanzi pi, pamwe pacho pakanzi donut. So pakaklika inoprinta donut, akaklika apo yoita pie chart. Kana kuti unoshandisa select kana kuti checkbox. But checkbox haizonyatsi kuita because munhu ari kunocheka panhu 2 yozoshaija kuplot unless kana kuti akacheka pese inoplota zvese whatever input form you use. Kana kuti unogona kushandisa text, input text, anotypa kuti pi ovati plot kana kuti anotypa kuti donut, whatever input. But toda kungoti user achoose chaarikuda kuplot. Okay, last week. Uh, below library codes. Hapa mnaidelete. Pronto, anaikopa. Never anaikopa. Ndangoshare macodes ese atakaita so far, atakaita class. Tinash lecture started up pachine exercise, as unless if you want to go somewhere, you can go. And that's why is a code there. Pie. I want a donut. I want the pie. plot a pie or donut. And that I'll change the text. Data, my data analysis application. Click here to visit us. My application is for analyzing data and is clever. Import data and is wonderful. You can choose browse. You can load data and so the rest knows more apply what we've done to so input from this you can render output on a table for the entire data set. Okay. So you can plot histograms, table, you can render different kinds of outputs. Let me reduce the scroll as we go. Then there you can choose the mirror with Mugoni exercise. Felicity, can you download document and file and share and compare that with your code and try to see the paper pangadai paita the share documents is language. James Roy zvangofane zveleta pamusoro zvekuona first, second and third class passage. The difference is apa plot, apa render table, apa render a plot. saka usati wazvishaya tsvaga. Google Classroom ndangoisa mafiles ese atakaita mumclass ataita nemumclass unongotsvaga rakanzi ndangoisa mascripts ese paGoogle Classroom unongotsvaga rakanzi my app. Render plot ari in caps here. Kana download ba Google Classroom, not select a right clicker. You right click the file or open a new tab. I'm sure in front of this option you download. iri kubuda here code kana kuti vanhu vaenda ndoona vanhu vanongonzi offline
ichiri kumboedza.
alright. All right. No, okay, let me just show you the last part of deploying your app. Then most of things the same. And all right, so I'm just going to show you how you can deploy your app. Then most pedzisa. I've added something else. Yanga ichibuditsa marecords akawanda, so I just chose chibuditse a few records, just 6 records. If I click on head, then if I click on all, nobuditsa all the records. So if I click on head, no mashoma, so that's first, second, and third. Then pi in the changer, instead of using a select, I changed that and used radio buttons, pi and donut. So you can use any input that you want, and yeah, I think that's just that. All right, so let me record this part in case end. So this is how you deploy your application, right? So if I am going to pick a simple application, or maybe this one, let me I'll show you. So to deploy this application, what you have to do is you have to copy your data set and place it in the same folder with your application, like this. So my app is my application, and I'm using this data set, and I've copied it in the same folder. Right. So what I'll do is I'll go to. You can deploy it to the cloud using the Shiny apps.io or Shiny Server, or you can deploy on RStudio Connect, or these 3 platforms. So you can just want to look at this one, Shiny app.io. Right. So you just go to Shiny apps.io website.
Can you record?
Yeah, I'm recording. I'm not using this big blue button to record. Okay, I'll just click, but normally I use something else to record. Okay. So if you go to shinyapps.io, you will notice, if I scroll down, you will notice that you can deploy your app for free by creating an account, by signing up here, and you can see that it's $0 per month, and you can only host 5 applications with this. and you have 25 active hours. You have community support and other studio branding, etc. Then for $9 a month or $100 a year, you can host 25 applications. Suppose you are doing a project for someone, you can host their, you can include the hosting charge on Pamare charge, and you can then host. You can host 25 applications, and you have 100 active hours, and it is premium email support. Then, if you want, you can go for $440 per year or 1.1 US per year. That's standard with all those features. It is unlimited applications. Then professional, if you want to go professional, if you are one of my clients akawanda aruda analyze your data and you want to them to be kuti tumira the application wachiona vari kwavari vachianalyze the data, you can you'll be managing maybe the app for them. So the yearly charge is 3.3 and it's running a client. My clients ako kana awanda, you can subscribe and then you can retain the money through charging clients, right? So what you do is you need to sign up. So you can go on sign up. After signing up, you can log in, or you can sign up using Google. So I'm going to sign up using Google account. So I'll sign up using Google, and I have too many Google accounts. I'll just choose this one. Oh, okay, this one I already used this. Okay, no problem. It's okay. So once you sign up, this will be your account. Your account will be there and your details there. So from here, what you need to do is to go to account on your left panel. Go to account. Then you click on tokens. Right, you click on tokens and you say show token. You then you show the secret. You copy to clipboard. So I'm going to copy this. I've copied to clipboard. Then I come back to my R Studio. Coming back to my R Studio, I'll then click on the blue icon on top there and click on publish application. Right. After clicking on publish application, I'll then choose the application I want. So I'll just use I'll uncheck everything, and then so publish file from, it's going to publish from this document, this folder. Right, so my app.r is what I'm going to use, and then I will add a new account. I'll add a new account, which you can then go to shinyapps.io. You click there, and then you paste the token that we copied there. You can click the token, then you say connect account. connect account. So you see the account will pop out here, Luxon P 1986 shiny app.io. So that's the account that is going to be used. So you can use this account to host 5 applications at most. Right, then the title of your application, this is first app. So I'll name this first app, and then you click on publish. Right. Then that's how you deploy, and make sure that all the files that you have used will be stored in a single folder. Okay, all the data sets, or if you use images, if you use whatever you use, will need to be stored there. So if you come back to your Shiny App account, you can then go to dashboard. You can then go to dashboard, and you see I have 2 applications that are online. The other one, the first one is named P, the other one is named First App. So if the application is deployed successfully, it will then start running. It will start running if there are no errors, still building. So we'll just wait for it. Oh, there was another failed to start unexpectedly with code 1. Cannot change working directory. Okay, I have to change the working directory to point to where the same folder with my application, which is not what I did. So I'm going to set working directory to desktop, my other programs there. So this is where my Titanic Survival is. Okay, let me try to publish again. Let me try to deploy it again, but that is how you can deploy your Shiny application. So we are waiting for it to deploy. Okay, it's taking time. I hope I didn't miss any. Oh, I forgot to I forgot to. All right. Let me deploy a simple application without many. Let me just copy and paste. Let me remove a lot of things here. And save a function. I'll just say call this P. Let me first of all run and see. Okay, yeah, this is just a simple application. Let me deploy this one and check everything and leave p.r. I'll use this account and say add the app. This is my third application on this account. Just want to see what will happen in the output. I hope this will not give us an error. Well, if I was looking at the first app, there are a lot of things that I had not done, like I did not. I was using ggplot, but I had not loaded the libraries, so that could cause a lot of problems. And then in my, I also had to import the data set onto my IO output to so that it can be able to pick it. Okay, right. So here we can see the app has been deployed. Okay, the app has been deployed. I have removed a lot of things so that I won't have a lot of errors. So this will be online app, so you can give people this let me share with you. This, so you can visit my hosting account and see my application as well from that end. Right, so that is how we can deploy our application. So with this, I think we can say we've come to the end of our lectures. Let's just wrap up everything. So we've looked at the other Shiny application, and we've seen that the purpose is for the user to be able to interact with the application, visualizing what they want to see using reactive programming, and you can embed your other code there. So that is the end of our lessons. Like I said, if exam is going to cover all that we've done in class, including the other Shiny, the dashboard, the text analysis, the geospatial data, etc., etc. And it's going to be a practical exam, so you need to go and practice so that in the exam you won't copy and paste a class or submit like what I told you last time. People will just submit it. No, iro file randakupa in class ndoro unoona umwe munhu achisubmita muexam iro ongochinja onyora zita rake. No, you should not do that. So I think that's it. I would just leave the platform open whilst I'm converting the videos, and if you have anything to ask, I'll be around until Ndazo close the session. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yesterday, magavuma ku extend a deadline here. Send me nangari due on the 20th. What's the new deadline?
Ndakati mozondiudza munondiudza kuti last year panonditumira pa tozo extend.
It's okay, thanks.
All right. Code yedu natinepai wamurikuda
kodi tokumbira kodi
ondongokupai handeti asanditsananguri kana muri utsananguri ndato exita kurekoda.
It's okay. So I wanted to ask, for the exam, do we go with our machines or we use the machines at university?
Ndakati ndichabvunja na coordinator.
Okay.
Then I think anozokuzisai maybe through the class.
Alright.
Talk with there.
That's fine. Thanks so much. Then I'm not sure, I had a bit of a network challenge. That's a kumbiro kana mchikwanza also share my scripts saying you maybe from inception.
My scripts ndashare.
Oh, thank you.
Ndaisa pa Google Classroom.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Right. Thank you for insightful lectures.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I have a question for deployment in Shiny app. Is it possible, because I know for the free plan the limit is 5, so is it possible to remove some other apps and replace it with it? Or when you get to 5?
Not the app
okay, thank you.
Was the Adimaona app? Share screen and it. Yes. You see, I've got 2 applications online. Up to 3. Can I also make any app not this?
Okay.
But you can go and remove the application from here. The application then off for a
thank you.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I have a question for logic render table. Could you please just go over it again? Ndaitaka kurasika panga pachidzokoro ma variables maybe.
But I render table.
Yes.
The change.
TT. But that's just a variable TT.
All right. And screen yangu kuiona ndi.
Yes, sir.
Right. The output yedu tati table nditi. Apa line 68.
Yes.
Output yedu table saka tichatono render table. It create a space ye table. Saka TT variable yatichashandisa create a object. Or that object that you put up. Oh, just a moment. Answer phone. Hello? Okay. Object that you put out in the ability to create a object. Object particular creator the app particular output and upon line 91.
Yes.
But the output. Then to atapa same variable name ratapa kumsoro in order to create this object. Saka ta create object render table zvainozoita manje inozo apa ta create object as a variable and apa render table inozo create the actual object, the actual table ichinoistore mu variable tt. The object yedu inenge ichirepresentwa ne the variable yadati tt. I don't know.
So say, where's the difference? But is the equal sign the same as that assignment operator, like we used by yeast?
You can try that. No, that is one did. No. Oh, okay. Let me change banner. And one of just here, zvakafanana.
Yes. Okay, then also, so for the render table, is it the syntax? Actually, we have two lines which are almost a similar thing, like TT, then in square brackets. We are also repeating almost a similar thing straight afterwards. Is that the syntax? What is the logic for that?
Pekutanga tukutanga ta compare ta mecha input yedu ne passenger class and the variable yedu tt. Then after that tozo store result mu tt for output.
Okay, I get it.
Saka it was a story, right? Tikaona line 95 ndazoiedera ishi. Line number 5 under creator radio button yedu ishi. Create a radio button yedu zvakanzi choice. And saka ndazoedera apa ndakuchitora variable iri rastorowa muna tt. Inonji tt izvi ndo yanda kutora ndichirifeya nayo panapa.
Okay, I got the logic. Thank you, sir.
Alright, then for pi maybe quickly, I'm not recording this. Because in the pizza, I will say that. For pi, what I did, the first option was the chance select input, and then this other option the Shandy's radio patterns, and so it's the same because also my input. So for let's say for radio patterns, the variable is choices, and then this is what is going to be information to the user or communication to the user. Then my choices were pi and donut. These ones are labels, and this is the variable. These are the variables. Then by default, it's going to select pi. Right. So a pi, it's a plot, and so therefore I need a plot. Secondary plot output. Okay. Then that's a variable. Then go to pi. You can give any name you want. And then from there, vandachienda ku save a function. Variable name there and kushandisa create an object yangu pana. Variable object yangu pana. Then I'm going to render a plot. And right. So, but now I want to set a condition. So I had to use if else statements. Programming. If input, right, that input input access a input value from the user. Chance input $sign. And so input $sign on the chance is choices ndio maredu button attention this, right? So input $sign choices, that's the variable name user akapika value yapika inono store na choices. Saka ndiata compare kuti if choices is equal to pi kana iri pi panap, what does it do? It plots a pie chart. Vaenda, create my colors, your prepared data, and the prepared data, you calculate a percentage, you plot a pi. Else, if the above condition is false, you can plot a donut. Just that. I think pangapanga tricky depe kupika the variable ya input when I use, of which if you just master that, kuti variable ya user tukuipa taipa zita rekuti chi ndo yatouya nayo kunoko toshandisa. If I use this ukatarisa ndakashandisa variable inonzi graph, input graph, and the input was from a select input ish. Select input ID indicating graph. So the input was graph. You plotted pi, else plotted donut. I'm sure it's a bit clear, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So thank you very much for your attendance and your listening. Okay, I'll share. I will not delete randa. I will not delete randa. But share pi. Do. Share it again. Updated. Let me see the output of this. Right. So I'll share this one, and now it's a head and then pi. There is a number radio patterns. So I'll share this one. So in my assignment, my visualizations are anengari ma maps ajishwa geo spatial data from data sets. Saka ma interactive techniques are you can use whatever you want, maybe user unogona kuti user aselect kuti anoda cartograph map here, anoda heat map here, anoda chi, anochoose ega map yaanoda, and then if you can allow them to zoom, they want to zoom in or zoom out the maps, etc. Or if you want them to browse and input a data set, more so some creativity, more mfano not more nice or application yenyu, more nice application yenyu, more so background, more so theme, more so color modiko chonaka, then you are done. A base assignment. Right. So let me share everything. I think we are done.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Ndaitoka challenge vanashida pandanshi and install ara shiny.
Hey.
Saying that let me just copy the Nankiria Yantipa and then I put it on the chat right now.
Okay. Additional code.
Yeah, that's the error that I'm getting.
Shine yako ikutena kuloda kanaka power installer ara shine yanyatso kuinstall kana.
No, Yantipa some errors.
Yeah, you may. What's the version of ara? Wow, yeah, can you try to? You can update.
I update my ARA. Okay. Was the panda loader Yantipa this statement? Yeah, that's the statement here, Yantipa.
Yeah. Object shiny not found. I now install zvakanaka. Totally without install dot packages shiny shiny
In quotes, right?
in double quotes.
All right, let me do that again. Thank you, Sam.
All right. No idea. prim apasi pana ndichiti mauzoreva here pana ndichiti kuti someone can see your shiny app asina kuinstola ara pamachine pake. All right, but not to download. That you can deploy your Shiny application. That pane free free hosting of your app. You don't download for free. You sign up. If you could download for free, you tanga download RS2D. But Shiny app you can sign up for free. Sign up for free, then host your application online. One body, like ish. You can visit this link on our application that host online. But I'm not cheat. Plus, app rako you cannot pay that. You can host it online and share the link to people. Nice about docs and share by Google Classroom.